BWF World Superseries。各位嘉賓、各位觀眾 ，Yonex Sunrise 2011香港公開羽毛球錦標賽 OSIM 世界羽聯世界超級賽系列開幕典禮現在開始。多謝各位莅臨，我哋請主禮嘉賓為我哋主持點睛儀式。May I now call upon the honoured guests to officiate at an eye-dotting ceremony。請民政事務局局長曾德成先生 GBS JP Mr. Cheng Tak-sing GBS JP Secretary for Home Affairs。中國香港體育協會暨奧林匹克委員會會長霍震霆議員 GBS JP Mr. Timothy Fogg GBS JP President Sports Federation and Olympic Committee of Hong Kong China。香港羽毛球總會會長湯恩佳博士 Dr. Tong Yin Kai President Hong Kong Badminton Association Limited。 Yonex Sunrise 嘅海魯袁宏明先生 Mr. Hiroaki Ibihara of Yonex Sunrise。 Managing Director of Sunrise Mr. D.K. Self。 大型體育活動事務委員會主席史密夫先生 Mr. Terry Smith Vice Chairman Major Sports Event Committee。 以及中銀香港副總裁楊志威先生 Mr. Jason Young Deputy Chief Executive Bank of China Hong Kong。 Thank you, honoured guest。 多謝晒各位主禮嘉賓。請各位嘉賓為我哋嘅金龍醒獅隊點睛。點睛之後見到我哋嘅金龍咧，已經係移步去到同我哋嘅主禮嘉賓一齊影一張合照留念，標誌住一個歷史性嘅時刻。香港羽毛球公開賽第一次移師紅館舉行。Thank you very much, honoured guests. Please be seated in the premier seating area. 多謝晒各位主禮嘉賓，請移步去到貴賓席就座。 歡迎光臨，萬事勝意。城市現吉祥，更添我哋觀戰嘅興奮心情。我哋再俾啲掌聲，多謝我哋嘅金龍醒獅隊，多謝晒。今日嘅心情的確係特別興奮。過去嗰幾年啦，我哋都係喺伊利沙伯體育館欣賞香港公開賽嘅決賽。今日我哋一個全新嘅欣賞角度，因為呢個比賽係第一次移師嚟到紅磡體育館度舉行。香港嘅球迷觀戰不嬲好精打細算，開波前自然就會就座。但係今日我見到好多球迷啦，1點前都已經到埗，嚟到呢一刻我見到已經有超過一半，甚至可以話大半嘅球迷已經到埗，足以反映出大家對呢個賽事嘅支持，亦都真係識波之人。多謝晒你哋，呢個時候不如熱下身，俾掌聲你哋自己，同埋俾下你身邊嘅朋友，係得到大家嘅光臨，令到我哋今日可以完成呢個心願，創造歷史，將呢一個咁有歷史傳統嘅大賽移師紅磡體育館舉行。為咗隆重其事啦，我哋今日喺決賽日亦都為大家準備咗一個助慶節目。我哋首先請中銀香港活力瑜伽隊 ，Let's now welcome Bank of China Hong Kong Dynamic Yoga Team。各位嘉賓、各位觀眾，跟住我哋以熱烈嘅掌聲，歡迎今日嘅表演嘉賓鄭欣宜小姐。Let's now welcome Miss Joyce Chang。Hello。絕對勝利，如能共處，叫心裏歡喜。無人如你，
然而除非你看到另一位自己，無人完美，原來距離會叫你悟到這真理。試問我也不是你，若要去相比，唯獨是要看清楚一點，這個你。誰在你眼裏看到，會察覺那未曾望得到。如若我眼裏看到你，那會有着同樣角度。如若你是看我眼裏看到你，便明白我的一套。其實很好，無人如你，然而除非你看到另一位自己，無人完美，原來距離會叫你悟到這真理。試問我也不是你，若要去相比，唯獨是要看清楚一點，這個你。嚟到呢一個香港嘅公開羽毛球錦標賽啊！嗱，我知道咧今年咧係第一年呢一個錦標賽咧係嚟到香港紅磡體育館舉辦嘅喎。咁既然嚟到紅館啦，咁希望可以唱多一首歌俾大家聽咯，好唔好啊？好，咁我就不如唱一首我新碟嘅入邊嘅一首主打歌，叫做《渺小》。Thank you。趁我未睡，曾迷惘想淚水，我亦可飲醉。回味你發的短信，仿似浪漫詩句。於網絡上，誰人和誰是一對？我暫且好有自居，就祈求你留情，不將我失去。快樂從旁邊日夜陪住你，關心你的一切，你說的天際與地，無疑相想一起，這是我偷回來的聲氣。我盡情投入這單人戀愛趣味，平凡又渺小的人應該謙虛，習慣藏起感情不講一句。如有愛人不切眼淚，明知很渺小心靈多少空虛。 容不止眼淚，明知很渺小，心靈多少空虛，沒盡心可面對高喊太耐，還害怕一開口愛便消退。
Thank you, Joyce。多謝晒欣怡。欣怡彷彿就係好似我哋香港嘅女兒一樣。我諗現場好多觀眾都好似我哋一樣咧，睇住欣怡長大，睇住到而家亭亭玉立，歌唱得越嚟越好。欣怡希望下一次我哋嘅觀眾再踏足紅館嘅時候，係睇到你嘅演唱會，好嘛？
好啊！
繼續努力啊 ，Joyce。多謝晒鄭欣怡小姐。各位嘉賓、各位觀眾，再一次喺呢度歡迎你同我哋一齊享受同埋見證呢一個對香港羽毛球
Hello and a very warm welcome to the Hong Kong Coliseum for finals day at the Yonex Sunrise Hong Kong Open. Event number 11 on the 12 tournament OSIM BWF World Superseries. Well, the Super Series all started back in 2007, so this is the 5th year of the Super Series and the first time that we've had a title sponsor in the form of OSIM. First time ever this year, the fact that the BWF, the Badminton World Federation, have promoted 5 of the 12 Super Series events to Premier status. And the last of the Premier status events will be next week, the China Open. And there you can see the full list of the 12 Super Series. And of course, the top 8 in all 5 disciplines qualify for the finals, which will take place in December. Well, this is finals day, as I say, and as you can see, finals day is all going to start with mixed doubles. A repeat of last year's final. The Danes, here they come, the defending champions, Joachim Fischer-Nielsen and Christina Pedersen, up against the world champions, Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei. Well, as the players get introduced to the crowd, I'll quickly tell you what else we've got coming up. There we can see how these two pairs progressed through to the final, and a very impressive win from the Danes against the number 2 seeds, Ma Jin and Zhu Chen, who of course won the All England title earlier this year. Incidentally, the Danes had beaten that particular Chinese pair in the last 2 Super Series tournaments in the final, and this is the pair who they've beaten in the last 2 Super Series in the semi-final. So it makes for an intriguing contest. But of course we've got men's singles following this, then women's singles, then women's doubles, and last of all men's doubles. I'll tell you more about that as we go along. But let's concentrate on the mixed doubles. Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei, the number 1 seeds, the world champions from China, up against Joachim Fischer-Nielsen and Christina Pedersen from Denmark, number 3 seeds, and of course defending champions. Zhang Nan, 21 years of age, born in Beijing, and looking at their path through to today's final, well, that's very impressive indeed, isn't it, when you consider that first round match was half of the Olympic champions, Lee Yongdae, now playing with Ha Jung-eun, won the Olympic title, of course, with Lee Ho-jung. Beat teammates He Hanbin and Yi Sin in the quarterfinal. And yesterday, last match on late last night against the number 4 seeds Cheng Hung-ling and Chen Wen-sing of Taipei. All of their matches in 2 straight games, as indeed have the Danes. They too have been very impressive, including that semi-final yesterday against the number 2 seeds. They were 11-14 down in that opening game, won 8 straight points to go 19-14 up, and it was that passage of play that really set the tone for the rest of the match, because in the second game the Danes were very dominant indeed against Zhu Chen and Ma Jin. So as we look at our court officials for this mixed doubles final, Joachim Fischer-Nielsen, the left-hander, and Christina Pedersen. Well, veteran in badminton terms is Joachim Fischer, 32 years of age, although he'll be 33 next Wednesday, during the last of the Super Series events for the year, and the last Premier Super Series event in the first year of the Premier status. Well, Zhao Yunlei is going to be a busy lady this afternoon, because she's also in the women's doubles, the 4th match on court, 25-year-old. And there is the man who would like an early birthday present by winning this title, retaining their title, as we look at the Danish coaches Lars Uhr and Rikke Olsen. Rikke Olsen incidentally won this mixed doubles event back in 1996, playing with Michael Sorgård. So our umpire Thanu Karapat of Thailand. waiting to make the announcements.
Ladies and gentlemen, on my right, Shanghai, China. On my left, Sherlock Fisher, Nielsen, Christina, Pedersen, Denmark. Charge that is served to Sherlock Fisher, Nielsen. Level, play.
So the mixed doubles final at the Yonex Sunrise Hong Kong Open 2011. A repeat of the final last year. But since last year, the Chinese combination have become world #1s and world champions. Opponents from Denmark currently ranked #3 in the world. Now I can tell you that this is the 5th meeting between these two pairs. And the previous 4, all of them have been won by the Danes. But every single previous match has gone the full distance, gone to 3 games.
Service ball, 1-2.
So, of course, the Danes will have the psychological advantage coming into that. But having said that, as far as the Chinese pair are concerned, they've won 5 titles this year. Every time they've reached the final of a tournament, they've won. Never beaten in a final in 2011. Obviously love the big occasion, love the big stage. And then Jochen Fischer-Nielsen and Christina Pedersen are in great form, having won the last 2 Super Series events in Denmark and France.
4-1.
Oh, goodness me. Well, I think this is going to be a very intriguing battle between the 2 women on court. Who can dominate the front of the court? Both excellent players in the net area. How on earth Zhang Nan got that back, I don't know, but to no avail because it drifted out. Oof. Not the best of flick serves. Got what it deserved. Oh, it's gone wide. Well, I did think yesterday in the semi-final, Jochen Fischer-Nielsen and Christina Pedersen were absolutely superb on their defensive play. They just blocked the shuttle, often turning it across court. And it looks to me as if Zhao Yunlei is looking for that. She's obviously been told by her coaches that's what they were doing to Zhu Chen and Ma Jin. .25 years of age, Christina Pedersen, born in Aalborg. That's a good serve. Just guiding it towards Zhang Nan's left shoulder, away from the tee area. Oh, that's absolutely brilliant. Doesn't try to hit it too hard, just controls it, takes the shuttle early. Serve, return, and third shot in doubles, absolutely vital. Yeah, done it again. Exactly the same sort of shot. Just tapping it downwards, it makes it so difficult. See, it's coming down towards Zhao Yunlei. She would have landed in front of her partner, though. She had to try and take it. So back level, 6-all. Well, it's a run of 5 straight points to go into the lead. For both pairs, this is their 6th final of the year. Yeah, a bit of a difference in the titles won. 5 titles for the Chinese combination, 3 for the Danes. Oh, confusion in the Danish camp, both leaving it for the other.
9-7.
Great personality is Joachim Fischer-Nielsen. And great to watch because shares his emotions with the crowd. You can tell when he's pleased with himself. You can tell when he's disappointed too. But always plays with such intensity. Gives 100% every single rally. Made it look so simple. 2 drives down the deep forehand corner of the world champions. Stepped in, took it early, the left-hander. 3rd one, he drove across court. Clever, clever play. Well, she's been absolutely superb with that. Good interception. No real pace on the shuttle, it's just the angle. She's just tapping it down. Force Christina Peterson deep in her defensive stance.
10-all.
Where her feet are when she's trying to play that defensive shot. Have to have the courage to stand your ground. Further back in court you are, of course, the lower the shuttle's going to be to the floor, the more difficult it is to defend. And it's the Danes who have the advantage at the mid-game interval, the narrowest of possible advantages. Just 1 point in it. Boys Chinese combination became world #1s on the 5th of February earlier this year. And remained so ever since. Danish pair, number 3 on the world rankings, but number 2 on the Super Series rankings. And of course, the difference is that the Super Series rankings only take into account the Super Series tournaments, not all the other events which go towards world rankings. So both these pairs guaranteed of qualifying for the Super Series finals to be played in Luzhou in December.
11-10, play.
Sheer threat of Christina Peterson going forward to the net, forcing her opponents into error.
12-10.
Too long.
Service over. 11-12.
Took command at the front of the court.
Service over.
Never adverse to doing that. York and Fisher knows how strong his partner is at the back of the court. She's a tall, powerful athlete. 178, that's about 5'10". Fisher Nelson even taller, 189. Oh, completely mistimed it. Well, a number of players this week who have been struggling with the lighting here at the Coliseum, just momentarily losing sight of the shuttle. First year that this event has been played here at the Coliseum. It always used to be played at the Queen Elizabeth Stadium in Happy Valley on Hong Kong Island, of course, whereas yep, we're on Kowloon. That's long.
Service over. 14-12.
Oh, what a tremendous rally.
15-12.
Neither pair willing to just lift the shuttle, looking for drives, looking for flat pushes. Soon as the lift came, that's when they were in trouble. Just a little word of instruction or maybe encouragement from York and Fisher. Oh, beautiful drop shot, perfect placement. No wonder she gets the high fives. Dissecting the Danes. Yeah, both of them thought the other was going to go. Very, very clever play from Zhao Yunlei. How on earth did he get that back? Well, York and Fisher looking up towards the lights yet again.
13.
There was a defensive shot early on in that rally from Zhang Nan. He was absolutely superb. It's a good serve. Skimming flat over the nets. Now a 4-point cushion. Flick serve is long. There's a drift in this arena. Shuttle flying faster, coming towards the Chinese end of the court. Yeah, it's a super return of serve set up the rally. Found that mid-court area, just a downward little tap. Look at that. Towards the tram line, getting it past Zhao Yunlei. Shuttle still landing in front of Zhang Nan. Yeah, he's pleased with his partner, and so he should be. 3 points away from this opening game. Now just the 2 required. Oh, good defense. Well, until that final smash, Chinese pair had just cut Christina Pedersen out of that rally. Realising just how good she is at the front of the court, they just kept the shuttle away from her.
Service over, 15-19.
That's gone long. Well, it's a real testament to both these pairs and their quality of their women on court, because at the moment it's really been a battle of the 2 men. And I think the problem for Zhao Yunlei there, it was the first opportunity she'd had to intercept at the net for quite a number of rallies, and so desperate to want to try and play the winner that she hit it long, or maybe just a little surprised that in fact eventually she did get the opportunity to intercept. Whatever the reason for the error, it means that the defending champions from Denmark have 5 game points. And he needed the one, another good serve. 21-15. Just 19 minutes for that opening game. And the defending champions are looking very sharp indeed. Carrying on from where they left off last night with their superb semi-final victory over the second-ranked Chinese pair, Zhu Chen and Ma Jin. And tactically they're playing so well. And their reward, one game up in the final, 21-15. Lazua, the coach. Head coach to the Danish team. Well, these two burst onto the world stage. New wristband required for York and Fisher. Chinese combination Zhang Nanga and Zhao Yunlei formed their partnership last year and won the All England Championships as qualifiers.
Second game, love all, play.
Well, the Danes, one game to the good, 21-15. Oh dear, service fault called. Racket not pointing in a downward direction. Well, the umpire saying not allowed to have a word with the service judge. Oof, well, didn't think that was racket head high. If anything, it was above the waist. Now, once again, Peterson at the nets. Well, she's always been a good front court player, but I have to say, in the last 6 months or so, I think she's got even better. Yeah. There's the confusion this time between the two Chinese players. It's such a good tactics in doubles. Play in between your two opponents. They both think that the other is going to go for it. Causes confusion, sometimes a clash of rackets, and quite often an error. Such a good return. Not fooled by the flick serve at all. And a little puzzled expression on York and Fisher's face there. Look at that movement and direction of her smash. Quite brilliant. Oh, that's wide. There's not only a lengthwise drift in this arena, there's also a sideways drift. So as we look down on the court, the shuttle is flying. Well, I'll explain it when we see it in a moment. Here we are. Shuttle will fly faster from the right, going towards the left as we look down on the court. And also flies a little bit faster coming towards us. Yep, well, there's the drift coming into play again. Shuttle taken out because of the drift from right to left. Good low serve. Yeah, there's the drift again. Oh, that is brilliant. What a backhand. How did he find that angle? Virtually no backswing of that racket, certainly no follow through. How he generated that power is beyond me. Defensively, she's also improved. Peterson now blocking the shuttle and immediately moving forward. There she goes. Just guiding the shuttle into the open space. Much better than trying to drive the shuttle back to the rear of the court. Yeah, there's little signs to me that perhaps the Chinese pair just beginning to get a little bit dispirited. One or two unforced errors that you wouldn't expect from the world champions. Well left. He was in position. Big smile as he turns and points to his partner. Yep, that was a good shot. Oh, look at the contrast between the two pairs. The smiling between the two Danes, very happy with the situation at the moment. Stark contrast to the body language between the two Chinese players. Well, 5 straight points from 6-all. And a 5-point advantage at the mid-game interval. Well, they've won every time they've played against the world champions in the 4 previous occasions, but every time they've beaten them, they've needed 3 games to do it. And they don't write the Chinese off quite yet. dignitaries and VIPs enjoying this match.
11-6 play.
The Chinese pair needed that, needed to stop that run.
7-11.
Yeah, that's a problem for her. Yeah, a little shake of the head, and she's shadowing the shot. Should have brought the racket head over. Yep, you're right. Because when you're hitting with the drift, anything flat is going to go long of that back line. Well, the indecision. It was a very good flick serve. Zhang Nan was game to leave it. Then decides he's got to play it. Yeah, the Chinese pair need to get themselves sorted out because at the moment they're in disarray. Yeah, that will certainly help their cause. Yeah. Beginning to get a little more involved at the front of the court, Zhao Yunlei. That was a super shot. And then in contrast, Peterson just pushed off that net, pushed back in court a little bit. Meter further back, and it makes a huge difference. Yeah, good placement of the smash from Zhang Nan. Saw that Morgan Fisher was waiting, committed to his backhand defence, hit it down his forehand side. Well, they've halved the 6-point deficit. Now only 3 points in it. Now only 2 points in it.
11-13.
Well,
13.
I said we shouldn't write them off. You don't become world champions unless you're real fighters. On the back level, 6 straight points.
13.
Yeah, and look how the body language is shifting. All. And in fact, into the lead. 7 straight points.
14,
Well, I'm thinking back to the semi-final last night involving the Danes when they had a run of 8 straight points. And that run of points really was the deciding factor in the match. Yeah, well, at long last, they stopped the run. It'll be interesting to see how they deal with being on the receiving end of such a run of points. Of course, yesterday in their semi-final, the Danes, very much to their advantage. Good rally. Yeah, it's a good smash too. Well, world champions now very much able to get themselves on the attack. For so long of the match so far, they've been forced to defend. The last 10 points have gone the Chinese players' way. This is a huge point coming up. Crucial for both pairs. Yeah, well, she wasn't missing those in the opening game. Perhaps a sign of the nerves. Boys landed in. Yeah, he could have played it. Yeah, he takes his racket out of the way, believing it's going to go long, but it was clearly in. Well, it could be a costly misjudgment. Yeah, great attacking play by the world champions. Desperation defense. Oh, the serve is wide of the centre line. What a time to make a service error. Oh, nerves getting to everyone. Oh, that's brilliant. Absolutely wonderful. A full stretch. Zhang Nan just guiding the shuttle across court.
Service over. 19-17.
Not only the ability to play the shot, but also the vision to see that's where the gap was, because he was under pressure. Three game points now
10-17.
for the world champions. Well, it's always been to 3 games before in all their previous encounters. And it's gone to 3 games again here in the Hong Kong Open final. 21-17, and after 40 minutes of play, it's 1 game all. Well, they looked down and out, didn't they? It's 7-13 adrift. What a great comeback. That's 1 of points. Extraordinary. 1 game all. One of points from 7-13. 7 straight points. We go 14-13 up. And then in total 9 of the next 10 rallies. Head coach Lee Yongbo there with the black hat on. Well, he'll be very relieved that his pair have taken that second game, because at one stage it didn't look as if they had a hope. Well, 1 game all. 7-13 down. World champions. And then won 9 of the next 10 points. What a comeback. What a final.
Final game. Level play.
Third and final game. Who's got the nerve? Well, certainly the momentum is with the world champions.
1 love.
Having taken that second game. As far as the Danes are concerned, I think they've just got to try and put out of their minds that they had such a lead, such an advantage. And that advantage was whittled away and broken down. Yeah, the serve, I think, was going to go wide of the centre line. A call from York and Fisher, but the call was a little late. No time for Peterson to get a racket out of the way. Yeah, he's certainly fired up, isn't he? York and Fisher. It's just as much a psychological battle at this elite end of sport as it is physical capabilities. so intense, giving it all, launching himself towards the net. It's gone wide. It was this Hong Kong Open last year that really marked the comeback of York and Fisher. This was their only title of 2010, winning here in Hong Kong. Because, of course, he'd missed 8 months at the beginning of the year because of knee surgery. Another one's gone well, well wide. Well, I noticed in the opening game there was an awful lot of flat pushes from the Danes down the forehand wing of Zhang Nan. Trying it again in that rally. Oh, it's gone wide. Goodness me. Did well defensively, did Peterson. And Zhao Yunlei can't believe that she missed the open court. Look, Peterson is so far back in court. There was a huge gap at the front, and every time that York and Fisher is pleased with his partner, he turns and points at her as if to say, well done, that's what I want you to do. Good return of serve. Good return. Those are the sort of little dinky shots that she was playing in the opening game to such effect. Just take the shuttle early. No real pace on the shuttle, just get it going in a steep downward direction. Come on. That's a good return too. Two players matching each other, point for point. Oh, dear me. Well, Zhang Nan had returned serve so well last time that York and Fisher served at him. Just feeling the pressure, the need to get the serve as tight as possible to the net, and therefore made the error. Yeah, the frustration from Zhang Nan. He knows that there's a drift there, but he didn't take that into account when playing the shot. Oh, it's just wide. Good judgment. It was the right idea. Try and play it cross-court, and look how Peterson had moved forward to the net. It's 1 game all, 8 all. Oh, and the low serve is short.
Service over.
Did well to get out of the way.
9-8.
Yeah, very good judgment. Well, I thought at the start of the match it'd be a real battle between the two women. And to be honest, I think both pairs have got so much respect for the woman on the opposite side of the net that they're just desperately trying to play it away from them the whole time.
Service over. 9-10.
Yeah, Jochen Fischer is struggling with his serve when he's serving to Zhang Nan. Good anticipation from Zhang Nan.
10-all.
10 all. And it is the defending champions who have the psychological advantage and a 1-point advantage as they change ends here in this deciding game. It's a real lesson in how to get yourself ready, rack it up, ready after every shot, looking to be positive.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Yeah, Lars Uar always involves his players in the discussion, never just tells them what to do, always asks questions, gets their feedback.
Play.
A real clash of rackets between the two Danes. It's a couple of times that Zhao Yunlei has just snatched at the shuttle. So desperate to try and make the difference, make the winning shot. Good rally. Great athletic ability from Zhang Nan. That shot there, playing it cross court, around the head shots. Great agility. 12 all. Unbelievable. What a super rally. It's all a question of who can get on the attack, because in that rally, the attacking formation there of the Chinese pair, my goodness, it takes 3 or 4 or maybe even more downward shots to actually break down the defense, but eventually it will happen. Yeah, and as soon as the Danes are on the attack, they win the rally. Serve. Double hit by the Danes. And the crowd around me weren't quite sure what was happening, what the fault was. Gone wide. Points for points. It really will come down to who's got the nerve and who's got the character to control the nerves. Now, what's he going to do? He's been struggling with his serve to Zhang Nan. Struggling again.
Service over, 15-14.
Not getting any advantage with the flick serve. Zhang Nan reading that very well indeed. Well, I think Zhang Nan actually tried to get out of the way of that. But just couldn't really react in time.
Service over, 15-all.
Well, she was made to serve a second time because Zhao Yunlei said she wasn't ready. And now it's the Danes who go back into the lead. Well, it wasn't a bad serve, but the return pushed down the left-hander's backhand side. That's what did the damage. Exactly an hour. This final has been in progress. And the lead changes hands once more. Two-point cushion now for the world champions.
13-16.
And again, will record their first ever victory over the Danes. Just 3 points away from achieving that. A very, very well-worked rally. They weathered the storm, the Danes, initially, and then it was the lift deep into the backhand corner. This is the one that did the damage. Short clear, and therefore the opportunity to play the winning smash. Return, a little clenched fist from Zhao Yunlei. 19-17. 2 points away from the title. Well, desperately trying to keep on the attack, but perhaps York Fisher would have been better to leave that for Christina Pedersen. But that's all academic now, because it means that there are 3 match points for the world champions. What a remarkable comeback. They were again and 7-13 down. Looked as if they were down and out, but the world champions have reversed the result of the final of the Hong Kong Open a year ago. Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei record their first ever victory over York Fisher Nielsen and Christina Pedersen, their 5th attempt to beat the Danes. And today in Hong Kong, they finally achieved it. 15-21, 21-17, 21-17 in an hour and 4 minutes. Well, what a way to get us off on finals day. What a super match. But really, that run from 7-13 down, where the world champions won 9 of the next 10 points, that really was the decisive passage of play. of the players, the winners, are going to be interviewed on court for our host broadcasters.
恭喜张雷跟张兰、张云雷，你们是第一对，今天在决赛的日子能够夺得冠军。那其实你们觉得那转捩点在哪里呢？在第2局不是打到平手13平，那时候我们觉得不知道有没有机会能够攀回来，你们怎么看法？
我觉得主要还是我们从第2局后面战术用的比较对吧，然后通过教练的指导，然后自己把思路就是整理得更清楚一点，不像第1局说上来就思路不是很清楚。
是不是第一队上场，所以会一来的时候会有点紧张呢？
稍微会有一点吧，因为有很多观众给我们加油，所以打到第2局的时候虽然落後了，但是我感覺現場這麼多中國人為我們加油，我覺得我們中國人不能輸。
哇！要為佢哋鼓掌啊，因為多謝你哋啊，加油打氣啊！那麼在今年你們3次、4次都輸在他們手裡。这一次能够攀回来赢他们是什么感觉呢？
我觉得比较正常吧，然后也不会说有太兴奋啊这种。
观众是不是应该为他们再打气，让他们兴奋一点啊？谢谢你们，谢谢。
Well, obviously delighted to have won that final. The 6th title of the year for Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei. Well, they keep their record going because every single final that they've reached in 2011, the world champions have won. We'll have a prize presentation coming up in just a moment. There you can see the fans here at the Coliseum. Players are invited to step forward.
Executive of Bank of China, Hong Kong. Mixed doubles of Yonex Sunrise Hong Kong Open 2011, part of OSIM BWF World Superseries. Yonex Sunrise 2011年度香港羽毛球錦標賽 OSIM 世界羽聯世界超級聯賽系列混合雙打 runner-up Joachim Fischer-Nielsen and Christina Pedersen.
Joachim Fischer-Nielsen and Christina Pedersen in their 6th final of the year. They came here as defending champions. They weren't seeded to get through to the final, had a marvellous semi-final victory over the world #2 ranked pair yesterday. But the world champions were a step too far for them because Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei take their 6th title of the year.
First of all, we have Dr. Tong to present the medals.
So the medals, first of all, to Christina Pedersen and Joachim Fischer-Nielsen. Well, it wasn't to be an early birthday present, was it? He's going to turn 33 next Wednesday. But for Zhang Nan, just 21 years of age, shudder to think how many more finals he could be in and how many more titles he could win. Same applies for Zhao Yunlei. She has another chance of another title later this afternoon because she's in the women's doubles. But for Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei, their 6th title of 2011. The medals, the trophies.
Thank you, Mr. Sir. 跟住我哋請楊志威先生為我哋獻花。Now we have the contributed by Mr. Jason Young to present the bouquets.
'So just to remind you, of course, that we've got 4 more finals to come. Men's singles will be up next, then women's singles, women's doubles, and men's doubles last of all. Our title sponsors OSIM. It's a big arena, isn't it? Some of the fans brought their binoculars. Well, I think it was clear for all to see that was the most magnificent final to get us underway here on finals day at the Yonex Sunrise Hong Kong Open 2011. Some lucky fans going to get a very nice bouquet of flowers. So men's singles final will be coming up shortly. The current world champion, Lin Dan of China, against the former world champion, his teammate Chen Jin.
The second matchup today is men's singles.
So to the second of our finals here this afternoon, and it's men's singles. It's an all-Chinese affair. The current world champion Lin Dan, who was the number 3 seed at the start of the week, up against the number 5 seed, the former world champion Chen Jin. And of course you can see that Lin Dan, the world and Olympic champion, defeated the world number 1 Lee Chong-wei in 2 straight games in the semi-finals. But let me draw your attention also to the quarterfinals and 2 Indian players. A real resurgence of Indian badminton under the guidance of Pullela Gopichand. Our court officials, Greg Vellacott of Australia and Daniel Law from Hong Kong. So to the reigning world and Olympic champion. 4 times he's won a gold medal at the World Championships. 4 times he's won this title in Hong Kong. And today is appearing in his 6th final at the Hong Kong Open. Only time he's been in the final and he failed to win was in 2008. And he was beaten by this man, Chen Jin. The Olympic bronze medalist from Beijing, Chen Jin. World champion, though, in Paris last year. Well, Lin Dan just indicating to the umpire that he's won the toss, he wishes to serve. I have to say, I don't understand why players do that nowadays. Always a difference in end. Whatever stadium we're in, there's always a slight difference. And of course, under the old scoring system, you could only score a point when you were serving, and therefore it was an advantage to serve because you immediately had the opportunity to score points. That's no longer the case because there's a point per rally. So the world number 3, and look at his win-loss record for the year, 53 and 5, and that translates into 6 previous finals, winning 4 titles: Korea, Germany Grand Prix, Asian Badminton Championships, and of course those World Championships as well. Well, his path through to today's final, his toughest match was actually in the first round against Kashyap Parupalli. Dropped the opening game before coming back 21-17, 21-14 in an hour and 7 minutes. But of course the semi-final yesterday against Lee Chong-wei, who was the 2-time defending champion. Lee Chong-wei has won the Hong Kong Open for the past 2 years. But he was 3-9 down in that opening game and then 7-11 down before winning 6 straight points to win in 2 straight games. So to his opponent, Chen Jin, the 25-year-old from Hubei province. Seeded 5. 3 finals this year prior to this, but only 1 title. That was in Singapore. And he was supposed to play his opponent of today in that Singapore Open final. And Lin Dan unable to play because of what was described as gastric flu. So, like Lin Dan, his toughest match was in the first round against Hong Kong's very own Hu Yun. Dropped the opening game, and in fact was way down in the second. He was 13-17 down in that second game before winning 7 straight points to go 20-17 up. Well, last meeting was in the French Open. Head-to-head is actually 13-5 because one of the matches down in that head-to-head list. The Asian Badminton Championships is listed twice. So there's actually the 19th meeting between the two of them. And that quarter-final in France. As we look at our match officials, I can tell you that Lin Dan dropped the opening game, 11-21, and was actually booed by the fans in Paris because it appeared to the fans that wasn't playing his normal sort of style of play, and reacted to the crowd's displeasure by promptly winning the second and third games. So the men's singles final. The world and Olympic champion. Far side of the court, the left-hander. Up against the former world champion, Chen Jin. Five Hong Kong Open titles between the two of them. And just one for this man, 2008. This man, Lin Dan, won his titles in 2003, 2005, 6 and 7. A year ago, the Hong Kong Open, Lin Dan pulled out at the quarter-final stage. Didn't even take to the court. Well, Chen Jin yesterday evening playing against the world number 2, his teammate Chen Long. Had the easiest match he's had so far in the tournament. His first round match, which went to 3 games against Hu Yun, was 57 minutes. Second round against Jan Jorgensen was 45 minutes. Against Peter Gader, the winner of the Hong Kong Open 14 years ago, in 1997, the veteran Dane still playing some great badminton, but that was 2 games, 55 minutes. And then Chen Jin yesterday in his semi-final against Chen Long, who's been in great form recently. Whole match was over in just 32 minutes. Now, I noticed yesterday in Lin Dan's semi-final against Lee Chong-wei that his left knee heavily bandaged. No sign of it today. That's a gifted point. Nicely done. Finds the line. Well, I think Greg Vellicott of Australia, the umpire, just saying to Lin Dan, don't try and influence the line judges. That's the sort of shot we expect from Lin Dan. The injection of pace. Taking it early at the nets. Very positive and aggressive in his style yesterday against world #1 Lee Chong-wei. He's missed it. Serve. And now a gifted point from Chen Jin. That means that Lin Dan has a 2-point advantage at mid-game interval. And of course, both players from China, and therefore no coaching staff involved. Back to the good old days when the coaches just coached prior to the match and helped in the preparation. And then it's down to the athletes themselves. Well, after the excitement and intensity of that mixed doubles final, this men's singles yet to really ignite. The body smash there from Chen Jin used to great effect. It's amazing that he's already up to #5 in the world rankings when you consider that for the Sudirman Cup in May earlier this year, played in Qingdao in China, didn't even make the squad. Wasn't good enough to be part of the squad, let alone the team. Yet to really see a long extended rally. This is better. Yeah. Smash down the forehand side. Second one goes down the backhand. And push deep into the forehand corner. Defensive errors like that yesterday against Lee Chong-wei. Lin Dan's defence was absolutely superb, and I think that's what contributed to his victory. Because I think Lee Chong-wei started to get frustrated that so many of his shots that he was expecting to be winners were not just coming back, they were coming back with interest. Oh, that was getting well wide. That's super. It's these winning shots, the capability to hit winners, that makes Lin Dan so special. Chen Jin, in contrast, more of a worker on court, relies on wearing down his opponents. Don't think that's going to happen today against Lin Dan. Well wide. Eight game points for Lin Dan. Only needed the one. 21-12 in just 13 minutes. Well, different class, to be honest. Lin Dan in that opening game against Chen Jin. And when you witness an opening game like that, it's hard to understand how Chen Jin has ever beaten Lin Dan, because Lin Dan just has so many more shots, so many more winners, and so faster on court. There's the confirmation of the opening game, 21-12. So the players return to court.
20 seconds.
4 times world champion, 4 times All England champion, having been in 6 consecutive finals. Winner of 44 career titles, but only 13 Super Series. Lin Dan, phenomenal athlete. 1 game to the good, 21-12. Against teammate Chen Jin. Oh, that's landed well in. Well, Lin Dan had guessed correctly. Knew which side the smash was going to come. Goodness me, what on earth? Hit the blue carpet surrounding the court. Not even close. No, that's better. So far strewn with errors from both men. There's another. Of course, when 2 players from the same nation play against each other, they'll know each other's games very well indeed, train together on a daily basis. Hesitation there from Lin Dan. Talked about the drift during the mixed doubles final. As we look down on the court, drift going from right to left and also coming faster, coming towards us. Turning to play the high backhand and didn't take it particularly high. Just wide. Yeah, that's the drift coming into play. Shuttle going faster, going towards Lindan, going long of that back line. Dear me. Well, here we are halfway through the second game. The entire match has been in progress the same length of time as the opening game of the mixed doubles final. Just an indication of how short these rallies are. Career titles for this man, 5 of them Super Series. Bit of a difference to Lindan's 44 career titles. Yeah, just indicating that he's aware of the drift. Oh, it's just wide. Yeah, a little look from Lindan towards the umpire as if to say you're going to overrule that. Well, the umpire can only overrule if he sees that a clear error has been made. And of course, any shot on that far side of the court to where the umpire is sitting, he can't possibly have a clear sight of that. Another shot hitting the blue carpets around rather than the court. Well, it was an ambitious shot to try. Terrible indecision from Lindan. Well, far too flat with the lift there, Lindan. Right into the hitting zone. Chen Jin. Chen Jin just doesn't have the agility of his opponent when he dives. Doesn't get up again so quickly. In fact, there, didn't get up again at all. 19-15. Well, points towards the lights. Players have been having trouble all week. Deep in that forehand corner for the right-handers. Well, it's a poor error. Goes long of the back line, and therefore 2 match points to the former champion, Lin Dan. Or the lift from Lin Dan was woefully short, and I'm sure the smash from Chen Jin probably would have gone long of the back line. Look, it's going way out. Tried a trick shot. Still match point, of course, to Lin Dan. Yeah, it's landed in. 21-12, 21-19. The margin of victory. Not the most inspiring of matches. Didn't live up to the excitement of our first final this afternoon, the mixed doubles. Often the case when 2 players play against each other from the same country. So for Lin Dan, his 5th Hong Kong Open title. There's confirmation of the score, 21-12, 21-19 in 32 minutes of play. This is the final rally.
我想问你一下，你曾经在香港4次夺冠，这次再回来又拿冠军了，感觉有没有不同？
中间的时间太长了吧，因为有2、3年没有打得特别好，所以今年非常的幸运，所以最后面能拿到这个冠军，我觉得非常开心，谢谢大家。
那么你觉得昨天跟你中伟那场赛事，你也不是打得太辛苦吧？那么跟今天这一场比较呢，你觉得2场怎么样比较？
今天的决赛是和自己人打，所以心里面的 压力不会那么大，因为我觉得都很正常。昨天和李宗伟打，我觉得会更艰难一点，因为我觉得从世界锦标赛到现在为止，其实我们都没有很好的休息，也没有很好的系统训练，所以昨天其实我们两个都已经打得非常的努力了，真的。
那你觉得自己现在的状态是很巅峰吗？不觉得。我们觉得你打得比较轻松啊。可以再。
希望明年再好一点吧。对。
那你对陈金有什么意见呢？有什么给他的提示呢？
我觉得其实这个星期其实陈金打得非常的努力。当然，我觉得今天有很重要的原因，可能是这边的风向，还有这边的灯光，还是会多少的影响到运动员的发挥。所以我觉得，可能到中国可能会到下个星期在上海可能会好一点。
好，謝謝，俾啲掌聲俾林丹。
Well, our host broadcaster there asking if that was his top performance of his career. I think most of us can answer that. Didn't need to play the sort of form that took him to the Olympic gold medal, or the sort of form that saw him through his semi-final against the world #1 Lee Chong-wei yesterday. So the prize presentation for the men's singles coming up in just a moment. And to remind you also that we've got women's singles coming up, Wang Xin against Tina Bowen of Denmark. Then we've got an all-Chinese women's doubles, a repeat of the World Championship final. And then men's doubles and the world champions Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng of China up against the world #2 ranked pair, Zhang Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae of Korea.
President of the Hong Kong Badminton Association。康樂及文化事務處主管康體事務嘅副處長鄭錦榮先生 ，Mr. Chen Yong-wei, Deputy Director, Leisure Services of LCSD。Yonex Sunrise 嘅海魯袁宏明先生 ，Mr. Hiro Aki Ibihara of Yonex Sunrise。中聯辦宣傳文體部陳亞瓊女士 ，Miss Chen Aking of the Liaison Office of the Central People's Government in HKSAR， 以及 OSIM 副總經理葉玉燕小姐 ，Miss Jenny Yim, Assistant General Manager of OSIM Hong Kong Limited。多謝咁多位。男子單打 ，Men's Single， 亞軍陳金。
Well, he was champion here in 2008, was Chen Jin. He has to settle for second best this year. So Lin Dan takes his 5th Hong Kong Open title. His 5th title also of 2011.
First we have Dr. Tom to present the trophy.
Just too many errors from Chen Jin today. Can't afford that against a reigning and four-time world champion.
多謝董事長，跟住我哋請鄭九明副處長為我哋頒獎。
His 45th career title, 14th Super Series title
Next we have
for Lin Dan.
Mr. AB Howard of Yonex Sunrise to present the prize money. 跟住我哋請海陸袁宏龍先生頒發獎金。$18,750 US for the winner. 9,500 for Chen Jin. Thank you, Mr. AB Howard. 接住我哋請陳愛瓊女士為我哋獻花。We now have Ms. Jenna King to present the bouquet. 唔該曬陳愛瓊女士。And now we have Ms. Jenny Yin to present the winner's special prize, OSIM BWF. 跟住我哋請葉玉燕女士為我哋頒發呢個冠軍嘅獎品。請我哋嘅頒獎嘉賓連同我哋嘅。
So as they pose for the photographers, the men's singles finalists plus the dignitaries. Just to remind you that next match will be the women's singles final. Wang Xin, the left-handed Chinese player, up against the European champion Tina Baun of Denmark. Following that, we'll have women's doubles in a repeat of the World Championship final. And then the last of our 5 finals this afternoon, men's doubles, the world champions against the world number 2s, Zhang and Lee from Korea.
Thank you. 多謝晒 the girls crew。各位觀眾，接住落嚟會係今日第3場嘅決賽，可能亦都係大家相當期待嘅一場賽事。究竟中國隊可唔可以重奪呢一個項目？女子單打嘅錦標咧，馬上就會知道㗎啦。
So to the women's singles final, and as you can see, it is Wang Xin of China against the European champion Tina Baun of Denmark. Tina Baun overcoming the new world #1, Wang Shixian, in yesterday's semi-final. Wang Xin, a very comfortable victory over the world champion Wang Yihan in the evening matches of semi-finals. China's dominance in the women's event, women's singles and women's doubles, demonstrated by the draw there. 3 of the 4 semi-finalist Chinese players. The left-handed Wang Xin, 26 years of age, having celebrated her birthday earlier this month. Number 3 in the world rankings, making her 3rd appearance here in Hong Kong, but making her first appearance in the final. Semi-finalist for the past 2 years, Wang Xin. Her opponent also making her first appearance on finals day here at the Hong Kong Open. Previous best was a semi-final back in 2006, but Tina Baun, the 2-time All-England champion, showed some of that form yesterday in her semi-final, the form that took her to those 2 All-England titles. Really was magnificent. Took the opening game against the new world #1, Wang Shixian, 21-10. Should have won in 2 straight games, in all honesty, because she was 16-9 up in the second. And somehow managed to lose that before coming back 21-13 in the decider. So after the toss of the coin, the players will change ends. There is quite a significant difference between the 2 ends with the drift in this arena. 32 years of age, Tina Baun. For Wang Xin, in her 5th final of the year. And rather ominous for the Dane. Every time that Wang Xin has reached the final of a tournament she's played, she's won. 39-9. That translates into those 4 titles, including 3 Super Series and the last 2 Super Series, which were in Denmark and Paris in France. So her path through to today's final, well, all of her matches in 2 straight games, including that semi-final over the #1 seed, the world champion and 2009 winner of the Hong Kong Open, Wang Yihan, 21-12, 21-18. Just 32 minutes for that semi-final. Whereas Tina Baun, number 7 in the world rankings, number 7 seed. Only 9 in the Super Series rankings, though, but she'll definitely qualify for the Super Series finals because there's 4 Chinese players above her in the Super Series ranking, and you're only allowed 2 players per nation in those Super Series finals. So Tina Baun, well, as I say, her semi-final was a marathon match, but let me draw your attention to that quarter-final as well, against last year's champion, the number 4 seed, Saina Nehwal of India. Very impressive in that too. So she's been in very good form, but that is an ominous statistic, isn't it? This is the 9th meeting, and Tina Bown yet to record a victory.
On my left, Wang Xin, China. Wang Xin to serve. Love all, play.
So the women's singles final gets underway at the Yonex Sunrise Hong Kong Open. And given the statistic that this is the 9th meeting and Tina Bown has yet to record a victory over the left-handed Wang Xin. Wang Xin, the overwhelming favourite. This is the 3rd meeting this year. In the last 4 meetings, Tina Bown has failed to even win a game.
2-1.
That's gone wide.
3-2.
That's a lovely angle. It's strange how different styles of play. People can have problems with one particular style, and it's always been a problem for the tall Dane playing against Wang Xin. Not quite sure what the reason is, whereas she's enjoyed a lot more success against Wang Yihan, the world champion, beaten by this woman in the semi-final yesterday. Oh, that's a perfect clear. Attacking clear. Punch deep into the forehand corner of Wang Xin. Danish coaches. Denmark have only won the women's singles title here in Hong Kong twice, and both occasions it was won by the same Dane. Camilla Martin winning this title in 1998, having won in 96 as well. Once again, it's a terrific attacking clear from Tina Bown deep into her opponent's forehand corner. Pulled her to the front and pushed her to the back once more. Look, she's having to turn and take that shuttle quite late. That's why she made the error. Yeah, she's obviously decided that's a tactic deep in the forehand side. There's another one. And another. What a good rally. More intensity in this women's singles final than we saw in the men's singles. Going to go well wide. Still a run of 4 straight points. Well, missed the easy one. Just long. It was a real opportunity for Tina Bount. It's gone wide. Yeah, well, what the Dane is doing so well in these early stages is getting the shuttle behind Wang Xin. Already seen her pumping the shuttle deep into the forehand corner, and that rally managed to make the left-hander turn and play the high backhand. Always a sign that a player's in trouble. It's gone long with the back line. And it's Wang Xin who has the narrowest of possible advantages in the mid-game interval. Yeah, just long. Good call by the line judge. Jiang Min, current Olympic champion, 2-time Olympic champion, and 2-time winner of this event, 2003 and 2005. There wasn't a Hong Kong Open in 2004. Good use of the body smash there. Oh. Wow. It was called good. Immediately, Tina Bount looked to the umpire, who nodded his approval. Well, we won't be able to see it from this angle. But I have to say, my instinctive reaction was that that was wide. I'm looking straight down that line. Oh, another one that must have been desperately close. Don't mind seeing that again. No, another great call by the line judge. That's just a fraction long. What a good flick serve. She couldn't have walked over to opponent's side of the court and placed that shuttle any better than that. That's a good rally. Oh, that's good judgment too, my goodness. Margins between success and failure, hitting the line or missing it. Oh, that's tiny. That's another great call by the line judge. Oh, that's not a bad drop shot either. And now the Dane back into the lead. Both these players former world number ones, of course. Brilliant. Great tactics from Wang Sin. Great placement of the smash. Level once again.
15-all.
A little bit of frustration creeping into Tina Bown, yelling at herself at the end of that simple error. Now, our opponent repays the compliment. Gifted point. Worked the rally well, did Tina Bown, and final shot. Well, we should have made more of that because she'd pushed her opponent to the back, brought her forward, pushed her to the back again. Typical singles tactics. Try and outmaneuver your opponent, use every inch of the court. Oh, brilliant net exchange. It's a terrific rally. Well, Tina Bown doesn't like the call.
18-17.
miss it. A little squeal of delight from Wang Sin. That's brilliant. Clever disguise and calm thought process. 3 straight points to earn herself 3 game points. It's gone long. First time of asking in the opening game to number 3 seed Wang Sin of China, 21-17. Just 15 minutes required for that, 21-17. Well, it's really good to see that both these players have a female coach on court giving them advice. Of course, Wang Sin having 2 coaches helping her. Well, one of them, the reigning Olympic champion, Zhang Ning.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Well, Wang Sin, world number 3, making her 3rd appearance here at the Hong Kong Open. Past 2 years, she's lost in the semi-final. Will it be 3rd time lucky? Won the last 2 Super Series events. Can she make it 3 in a row? And for the Dane, Tina Bown, tall order now psychologically for her to come back. Never beaten Wang Sin in 8 previous meetings. Oh, aggressive rally there from Tina Bown. Power smash, then follows forward. Knew that the reply had to be a block to the net. Good commitment from the Dane. Once again, she's not convinced by the call. Well, that's the way the drift is going. So the shuttle will be taken out of court on that left-hand side as we look down. got to be awfully careful with that cross-court smash with this drift. Got to have the mental discipline, the European champion now. There's a couple of unforced errors. Got to stick to the game plan. Now, sign of desperation, sign of lack of belief. Well, I know it's awfully easy for me to sit here and talk about mental discipline. It's very, very much more difficult when you're down on court, I can assure you of that. Five straight points now to Wang Sin. Oh, great court coverage. Oh, magnificent. Well, an excellent rally. Both players playing and moving so well in that rally. Landed in. Well along the back line, and a 7-point advantage at the mid-game interval for Wang Sin. Yeah, whole body language oozing confidence. Well, Rikke Olsen using all of her allotted time to try and encourage Tina Bown. Using the drift to her advantage. Seems to be in cruise control now, Wang Sin. Oh, that's good, that's right into the corner. Has to start making inroads, does the European champion. That will do very nicely. A real concerted effort in that rally from the Dane. So much disguise with her overhead shots. Wang Xin.
14-7.
Well, it hit the top of the tape and bounced over.
Service over. 8-15.
Oh. Swayed the body one way, looked as if she was going to flick it to the back and then just guided the shuttle towards the net. Lovely play. And that's long, and time is running out for Tina Bound.
17-8.
Really is a case, I think, now. Well, it's got to be now or never. Tina Bound wants to come back in this. Put on so much, under so much pressure. Right, from the onset of the rally.
18-9.
Oh, she's tried the flick. Wang Xin hit the smash winner. Tried the low serve, now trying the high serve. At least got her into the rally. Yeah.
11-18.
Goodness me, hit the top of the tape, had a little look and decided not to go over. And a gasp from the crowd here at the Hong Kong Coliseum. Yes. Just 2 points away from the title now, Wang Xin. Oh, that's a super shot. Well, she won't give up, that's for certain.
13-19.
For that aggressive play from Wang Xin. Brings up 7 match points against the world number 7. Still another 6 opportunities. And this time, second time of asking. And the world number 3, Wang Xin, takes her 3rd consecutive Super Series tournament title, having won in Denmark and France last month. Now takes the Hong Kong Open. Her 5th title of the year. There's confirmation of the score, 21-17, 21-14 in exactly 30 minutes of play. There's the final rally. Keeps a 100% record against Tina Bown. 9 times they've played, 9 times she's won. And more importantly, she's won her first ever Hong Kong Open title.
王鑫，恭喜你！那么在香港拿了冠军了。那我们知道呢，你在国内呢有这个外战女王的称号。那你觉得对外队的时候跟对自己中国队有什么不同？你有什么秘诀呢？
秘诀倒是没有吧。我觉得反正每一次对外的时候，感觉自己的责任会更重，然后整个的就是求胜的欲望会更强一些吧。
我们知道你是从选拔赛再度进入中国队，那你那一段时期比较就是失意的时期是怎么样熬过去的呢？
觉得既然选择羽毛球就坚持吧，然后就只要努力，我相信一定会有回报的。
那么在香港拿冠军的滋味是怎么样？
感觉非常好啊，而且又是在红磡吧，就这个馆，就是很多的艺人都在这边开演唱会嘛，然后自己也就是这个馆还是很有名的吧，自己能在这儿取得冠军还是很开心的。
难怪我们的观众给你这么多的热烈的掌声，谢谢你，王鑫。
踏入第24屆嘅比賽，香港公開賽一向都見證到中國女子單打江山代有才人出。24屆比賽裏邊，今日嘅汪欽係第15位，亦都係第15次啊！中國隊嘅運動員咧奪得女單錦標。咁而邊尼咧，亦都係自從98年馬婷喺香港奪得冠軍以來，時隔咗13年之後攞到最好成績嘅單打女單。各位嘉賓、各位觀眾，頒獎禮馬上開始，我哋請運動員就位。Ladies and gentlemen, prize presentation now begins. Please welcome the players.
So to the prize presentation for the women's singles.
Yonex Sunrise 嘅高開華先生 ，Mr. 高泰華 of Yonex Sunrise， 以及香港羽毛球總會主席湯偉倫先生 ，Mr. Tom Wailan Chairman of the Hong Kong Badminton Association。Thank you， 多謝各位嘉賓。首先我哋請嘉賓頒獎之前啦，當然係要歡迎兩位運動員上台就位啦。女子單打嘅項目 Women's Single。
The 32-year-old Dane Tina Bown her second final of the year and the second time that she's had to settle for second best, because it's the second time that she's been beaten in a Super Series final this year by Wang Xin. Wang Xin, her fourth Super Series title of 2011, her fifth title of the year. Oh, my goodness, isn't she in form? Won in Odense in Denmark, the Danish Premier Super Series event. They followed it up the week later in Paris, winning the French Super Series. And so the Super Series tour moved on to here in Hong Kong, which has won this too.
Next we have Mr. Redmania, Permanent Secretary of Home Affairs, to present the trophies. Next we have Mr. Koka Hua to present the prize money.
Total prize fund of $250,000 US.
We have Chairman Mr. Tom Weiler to present the good grades.
And the memento from OSIM, our title sponsors. Now the presentation party will pose with the two finalists. Ah, that's nice. Wang Xin inviting Tina Bown to share the top of the podium. Look at the height difference between the two players. Tina Bown towering over Wang Xin. So that's 3 of our 5 finals have been completed. Next match on court will be women's doubles. All Chinese affair in a repeat of the World Championship final. And then our last match following the women's doubles will be men's doubles. And the number 1 and 2 ranked pairs in the world will battle it out. Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng, the world champions from China, up against Jung Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae of Korea. So to the women's doubles final, and as you can see, it's an all-Chinese affair. This will be the 8th consecutive time that China will take the women's doubles title here at the Hong Kong Open. On to court first, the defending champions, the current world champions, Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang. This a repeat of the World Championship final from Wembley Arena earlier this year, because their opponents, Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei. Zhao Yunlei, of course, has already won a title here this year. Our first final of the day, playing with Zhang Nan, won the mixed doubles. They are the Asian Games gold medalists. Beat their opponents of today in the final of those Asian Games in Guangzhou. And in fact, Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei won the first 2 encounters against their opponents of today. But the Asian Games don't count towards world rankings, and therefore the head-to-head statistics only take into account ranking tournaments. So Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang won the title last year, unseeded, beat the then world number ones in the final, Chen Wenxing and Qian Yuqin of Taipei. Wang Xiaoli actually going for her 3rd consecutive women's doubles title here. Because Wang Xiaoli won the title here in 2009, playing with Ma Jin. Well, that's pretty impressive, isn't it? There's Wang Xiaoli, 23 years of age, her partner 25. All 4 matches in 2 straight games, the longest being the semi-final yesterday against the number 4 seeds Ha Zhongyong and Kim Mingjung, which lasted a staggering 33 minutes. Talk about double quick time. Well, if you think that's impressive, for Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei, not quite as impressive, because their semi-final against Christina Pedersen and Camilla Ruta-Yul of Denmark took 34 minutes. But they too quite outstanding. Second round encounter against Cheng Shu and Pan Pan. And of course Cheng Shu was Zhao Yunlei's former partner, and Pan Pan was Tian Qing's former partner. So as we look at our court officials for this women's doubles final, for Zhao Yunlei, this her 4th Hong Kong Open final, having played 1 already today, was beaten finalist back in 2008 with Cheng Shu, and of course was runner-up in the mixed doubles last year. Well, for Yu Yang, she won the title in 2007 with Du Jing. And Wang Xiaoli, as I say, won the title in 2009 with Ma Jin. So the reigning world champions, the defenders of the Hong Kong Open title. Far side of the court, there they are. World Championships silver medalists. Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei. Well, on the head-to-heads, this is the 9th meeting between the 2 of them. And as I say, Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei won the first 2 occasions. Last time they met was in the final of the French Open. 26-24, 21-15, the world champions won on that occasion. have to say the world champions have started exceptionally well here. Yu Yang is the Olympic champion. Won that title in Beijing playing with Du Jing. Du Jing, incidentally, over the last week or so has just announced her retirement. She's had a persistent knee injury, which is one of the reasons why Wang Xiao Li was paired with Yu Yang, because there was concern about Du Jing's long-term ability to cope with the injury. Good return of serve. Well, I know that during the Danish Open, Ian Wright and I were discussing at length about these two women's doubles pairs, and especially Yu Yang and Wang Xiao Li, and about what an aggressive attacking pair they are, taking the women's doubles, we feel, probably to a new level. Certainly the way they've started this final, controlled aggression, very impressive indeed. Well, for the world champions, Wang Xiao Li and Yu Yang, the only players in the world who have a possibility next week of winning the Grand Slam, as it were, of Premier Super Series events, because the first time ever this year there's been 5 Premier events and they've won the previous 4, and the 5th and final Premier Super Series event is next week. No other players in any other discipline have won the previous 4, so it's only Wang Xiao Li and Yu Yang who could possibly achieve that. And quite frankly, the way they've started this final, I wouldn't bet against it. Look very sharp indeed. Need a run of good serves, hunt the 3rd shot. Oh dear, that's the problem, isn't it? Trying to put in such a tight low serve makes the error. Know that anything that's a little loose will be pounced on. Oh, desperately short rallies. Initial stages of this final. It was because of the good play of the world champions. Yeah, see, serve, return, so much pressure, forced into error. A bit like men's doubles now. Very short rallies indeed. Yeah, just trying to be a little too cute. Sheer power from Yu Young. Not only won the gold medal in Beijing in the women's doubles, took a bronze medal in the mixed doubles, playing with her Han Bin, but now choosing to concentrate 100% on her women's doubles. Yeah, that's perfect defence. Oof. Well, that must have been desperately close. Yeah, once again, as with the men's singles, the atmosphere here a little flat at the moment. Not only do the crowd not know which pair to support, but it's not the most inspiring badminton at the moment. Oh, so fast onto that one, Xiao Li. Well, seeing these rallies, it's quite easy to understand why Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang, the longest match so far, has only been 33 minutes. Because here we are, after 9 minutes of play, they have 9 game points. Best rally of the match so far. And it concludes the opening game 21-12 in favour of the defending champions. Just 10 minutes for that opening game. Well, quite clearly, the best rally of the opening game to finish it off. No coaching staff involved. Players left to their own devices. Olympic champion Yu Yang, very much the commander of the partnership. And yet I feel her partner, Wang Xiaoli, I think she's the playmaker. I think she's the one who creates the opportunities, forces the error. Great tactician. Yeah, there you are. Clever placement of the smash. Great awareness from Wang Xiaoli. Got a pretty powerful smash as well. And that as a combination is pretty lethal. Yeah, that last one, much flatter from Wang Xiaoli, always mixing up the angles, mixing up the pace. I do like the way that Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang always look to try and move forward in court, always look to try and attack. There was a stage a few years ago when women's doubles became a very defensive discipline, all about the defensive play. And this is why I strongly believe that these two pairs, and especially Yu Yang and Wang Xiaoli, are going to take women's doubles to a whole new level. Whilst they've got very good defences, it's all about getting on the attack, looking to get the net player involved. Yeah, 7-love. There's a little hand signal, just telling her partner where she's going to serve to. Oh, that was going out the back too. Well, of all their previous encounters, I don't think there's one that's been quite as one-sided as this. Extraordinary. 9-love. Let's not forget that Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei are the world #2 ranked pair. They are the Asian Games gold medalists. I can hardly believe this. 10-love. The crowd can hardly believe it either. Yeah, well, the crowd trying to encourage Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei. And finally, they get a point on the board in this second game. But we go to the mid-game interval. 10-point advantage 11-1 the scoreline. Well, it's just all one-way traffic at the moment. Asian Games gold medalists just haven't got themselves into the match. That's well along of the back line, taken by the drift. I have to say this pair, the world champions, since forming their partnership, have been virtually unstoppable. China Open last year, they had to withdraw partway through their first round match and because of an injury to Wang Xiaoli, and apart from that, this is their 16th individual tournament and their 15th final. So apart from that injury problem, they've reached the final of every other tournament. And certainly you look at this year, this is their 11th consecutive final. Oh dear. Well. The tournament doctor is being called for. Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang, already 8 titles this year. And I think Zhao Yunlei, well, she's holding that left knee. Well, didn't see any problem specifically in that rally. Of course, she has had a very tough mixed doubles final. Lasted an hour and 4 minutes. And I suspect they're so far adrift, 2-14 down, having lost the opening game. I suspect she's probably had enough. No, she's shaking her head as if to say, no, don't want to continue on. Well, medical staff there, they can only assess the situation. They're looking towards the Chinese team doctor. He's on the side of the court. He, of course, is not allowed on. Deputy referee saying no, mustn't come on yet. He's raising his hand to say, no, you've got to be assessed by the tournament medical staff. Yeah, and as I suspected, she's had enough. So the title is retained by Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang.
Next one by Wang Xiaoli, Yu Yang, 21-12, 46.
For the world champions, number ones in the world, 9th title of the year. And for Wang Xiaoli, her 3rd consecutive Hong Kong Open title, having won in 2009 with Ma Jin. Last year, of course, won with Yu Yang. So they are champions once more. Well, it'll be interesting to see whether she plays next week in the Premier Super Series event in Shanghai.
黃曉莉同埋於洋咧，亦都順利蟬聯呢個女子雙打嘅錦標，連續第二年。
She had a problem. She always wears strapping on both her knees. Know how she feels.
早在1987同埋88年嘅兩屆比賽啦，中國嘅林英同埋關麗晶亦都曾經兩次連續。
Our host broadcasters will have a word with our champions in just a moment.
都曾經試過連續2年奪取女雙嘅冠軍。
今天虽然这场赛事没有完，可是也恭喜你们拿了冠军。那么这是在香港你们第2次，可以说是卫冕了，心情怎么样呢？
非常开心，因为每次到香港这里比赛都会有很好的成绩，所以每次拿到冠军以后都非常开心，也觉得这里就是我们的比较福地吧，应该是对，也很开心有这么多球迷给我们一起加油，然后来欣赏我们的比赛，谢谢他们。
王小丽，你觉得这个礼拜这个星期以来最难打是哪一场赛事啊？
因为我觉得换了新的球馆吧，然后也是第一次自己在那个红磡这边打球。然后我觉得其实每一场球都会遇到一些不同的困难，但是我觉得我们2个人还是比较齐心协力吧，对。
那么你们合作自从08年奥运之后，你换了拍档，那合作你们越来越好了，可以跟我们说一下你们这个过程是怎么样的呢？
从09年9月份开始，我跟王小李进行新的配对，所以在这1年多。14个月的配对以来，我们参加了很多比赛，然后也取得了很多冠军。我觉得，在这个过程当中，应该我们2个人从一开始配对在一起的时候就比较合拍，所以从后面的这一年多的这种配合当中，从我们平时的训练，包括比赛，还暂时没有遇到特别大的问题吧。所以在后面我们还要继续努力去保持这种优势吧。
谢谢你们，谢谢。俾啲掌聲，黃曉莉、於洋。
Well, a very disappointing way for the women's doubles to end. The retirement of Zhao Yunlei. So there's confirmation that Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang retain the title that they won last year, 21-12, 14-2. And then the retirement of Zhao Yunlei. So as we wait for the prize presentation, we can enjoy 1 or 2 highlights from that match.
Ladies and gentlemen, prize presentation now begins. Please welcome the players. Let's now welcome the prize presenting guest. 香港羽毛球總會副會長金國芳女士。Ms. Kim Kwok-Fong, Vice President of the Hong Kong Badminton Association. 香港羽毛球總會副會長林建明先生 ，Mr. Lam Kim-Ming, Vice President of the Hong Kong Badminton Association. Yonex Sunrise 嘅高開華先生 ，Mr. 高開華 Sunrise. Mr. Junichiro Yamada, Council Member of BWF 世界羽毛球聯會理事山田純一郎先生。Thank you。女子雙打 Women's Doubles， 女子雙打亞軍田青高云蕾，中國。
Well, she stood on top of the podium after the mixed doubles final to Zhao Yunlei, but here with Tianqing in the women's doubles have to settle for second best. Because once again, Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang are champions here in Hong Kong, retaining the title that they won last year, and for Wang Xiaoli, her third consecutive title in Hong Kong. Tianqing and Zhao Yunlei playing the Hong Kong Open for the first time as a pair. Third title for Yu Yang, having won in 2007 with Du Jing, and a third consecutive title for Wang Xiaoli.
Next we have Mr. Lim Kim to present the trophy.
Their ninth title of the year.
Yonex Sunrise 高開華先生頒發獎金。Next we have Mr. Kong Kai Hua of Yonex Sunrise to present the prize.
Their sixth Super Series title of the year. Plus, of course, the Super Series Finals from last year, which was played in January this year.
Thank you, Mr. Gold. 多謝晒高先生。跟住我哋再請中國方小姐獻花。Miss Temple Fong will now present the bookcase.
Well, the prize presentation made in virtual silence here. I suspect the crowd are very disappointed that that match wasn't completed. So the presentation is complete. And finally, the crowd show their appreciation. So with the women's doubles proceedings now complete, means that we have just one more final to come. It's the men's doubles. It is the world number 1 and 2 ranked pairs. World champions Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng will be up against the world number 2s Zhang Jaesung and Lee Yongdae. Men's doubles coming up in just a moment.
souvenir Now I have the pleasure to call upon Mr. Tom Wallen, MH Chairman of the Hong Kong Badminton Association, to present the souvenirs. 首先我哋請今次嘅裁判長來自印尼嘅蘇潤福先生。First, we would like to call upon the referee, Mr. Juliato Suhadinata from Indonesia. Thank you, Mr. Juliato Suhadinata. 跟住我哋請副裁判長，來自日本嘅山田純一郎先生。Next we have the deputy referee, Mr. Junichiro Yamada from Japan. Thank you, Mr. Yamada. 跟住我哋請副裁判長，我哋自己人中國香港鄭文基先生 ，Assistant Referee Mr. Chen Wei-Kei from Hong Kong, China. 多謝晒楊生。跟住我哋係要向喺場邊提供醫療服務嘅朋友致意，請 Voluntary Sports Medicine Group。多謝晒各位。最後，任何大型嘅體育比賽都唔少得佢哋嘅服務嘅。香港聖約翰救傷禮 ，Hong Kong St. John Ambulance。多謝晒聖約翰救傷隊，多謝晒湯偉龍主席，亦都多謝晒所有喺今次嘅比賽背後做咗好多時間工作，特別係將賽事安排喺紅磡體育館舉行，係比以往嘅賽事啦，係嚟得更加大規模同埋更加繁複。咁啊背後咧有好多嘅業務工作人員啦，同埋好多熱心嘅朋友都幫我忙喺呢度，冇辦法做得多謝各位，不過咧致以衷心嘅謝意。接住落嚟到今日嘅壓軸好戲。可能喺大家心目中呢場可能真係戲肉中嘅戲肉，高手過招，真係要抹乾淨啲血眼嘅好似我，因為比賽速度將會非常之高，男子雙打決賽。
So to our fifth and final of the day, and it's men's doubles. It's the number 1 and 2 ranked pairs in the world. The world champions Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng up against the Koreans Jung Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae. Well, as the court officials get announced onto court, I can tell you that these two men's doubles pairs appearing in the final have really dominated men's doubles this year. Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng of China, winners of the Hong Kong Open back in 2005. They are the reigning world champions. They're 4 times world champions, Olympic silver medalists, and now here in Hong Kong, appearing in their 9th final of the year. In the previous 8 finals they've been in, they've won 5 of them. But their opponents, the number 2 pair in the world, have been in great form of late. Led out by Lee Yong-dae, his partner Jung Jae-sung. Jung Jae-sung, the shorter of the 2 men. Well, they've won this Hong Kong Open twice previously, 2008 and 2009. They're appearing in their 10th final of the year. They've won 6 titles, so when I say that these 2 pairs have dominated men's doubles throughout 2011, I think that emphasises the point. Well, this is the 19th meeting between these 2 pairs. But I think perhaps most significant is the fact that the Koreans have won the last 3 encounters. But Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng didn't have to play their semi-final yesterday, given a walkover by Tao Xiaoming and Jiang Nan. But looked pretty impressive in their earlier matches. Their first 3 matches, won in 2 straight games, including a quarter-final victory over the American veterans of Howard Bark and Tony Gunwan, the 2005 world champions. Well, there is Lee Yong-dae, very, very famous man, not only in Korea, but also throughout the whole of Asia. They had a tough first round encounter, went the full distance against Hong Wei and Shen Ye. And then yesterday in their semi-final against the World Championships silver medalists and the defending champions here in Hong Kong, Go Sung-hyun and Yu Yang-sung. Very, very comfortable victory indeed, 21-10, 21-9 in 23 minutes. But Van Horenbeck of Belgium is our umpire, service judge from Malaysia. So the last 3 meetings were all in finals. Final of the China Masters, final of the Danish Open, final of the French Open. And it was the Korean pairing who's won the last 3 Super Series events. And that's not strictly true, is it? Getting my facts wrong. Of course, after the China Masters was the Japan Open. No. Won 3 of the last 4 Super Series events. Koreans, this is their 10th final this year, and 14 tournaments played. '23-year-old Lee Yong-dae, the Olympic mixed doubles champion, won the title with Lee Ho-jung, who's just got married to a former basketball player, Suk Seong-ho, married on the 29th of October.
Players ready to play.
Lee Yong-dae couldn't attend the wedding because, of course, he was busy playing in France. Well, incredibly, this is the 7th meeting between this pair this year. And as far as 2011 is concerned, of the previous 6, it's the Koreans who have won 4 of them. Strong possibility. I think that 3 of the 4 players on court could retire after the Olympic Games in London next year. Kai Yun is already 31 years of age, Fu Haifeng 27, Zhang Jae-sung 29, and it's Lee Yong-dae. There's been a lot of speculation about who he'll play with when Zhang Jae-sung does retire. The favourite, of course, is Go Sun-hyun.
On my right, Zhai Yun, Fu Haifeng, China. And on my left, Lee Yun-dae, Jung Jae-sung, Korea. Zhai Yun to serve to Lee Yun-dae. Love all. Play.
So the world champions get this men's doubles final underway.
Serves over, 1-love.
Great rally. Big hitting already. Powerful smashes. Of course, Fu Haifeng holds the record as the fastest smash in competition play. 332 kilometers an hour that was. Oh, yeah, touched it, Fu Haifeng. Oh, that's brilliant. Phenomenal smash from Zhang Jae-sung. What a great start by the Koreans. 5-love. China don't actually have a very good record here at the Hong Kong Open as far as the men's doubles title is concerned. They've only won the men's doubles twice in 23 Hong Kong Opens. Of course, this Hong Kong Open first took place in 1982. And in case you think that I've gone completely mad and we should be having the 30th Hong Kong Open, some years the event didn't take place. There's only been 23 prior to this year.
Serves over. 6-1.
Good serve.
Serves over. 2-6.
Yeah, it's all out aggression at the moment by the Korean pair. And that, of course, takes away the Chinese pair's best formation, which is an attacking formation, and Fu Haifeng using his power from the back of the court, and Kai Yun's so fast at the front. And when they're forced to defend, they can't go into their favoured formation.
Serves over. 3-7.
Oh.
Serves over. 8-3.
Oh, total confusion. Oh, it was a clever defensive shot. Put no pace on the shuttle at all. Just nice little block into the mid-court area. Both the Chinese players stood and looked at each other. It's wide. My goodness me. 4 minutes and we're already at the mid-game interval. 8-point advantage to Jung Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae. What a phenomenal start by the Koreans. The world champions are trying to make it a clean sweep of titles for China. China have won the previous 4 finals. Unless they can turn this around at the moment, they're being outclassed by the Koreans. Great serve. Yeah. Defensively, sometimes Fu Haifeng can look very awkward indeed.
12-3.
Seems to have a stiff arm in defensive play rather than relaxed, easy hitting style. Unbelievable. Oh, well, a great rally, and quite clearly the longest rally of the match so far. Now the Koreans had to defend for so long in the early stages of that rally, and then what appeared to be a simple opportunity for Jung Jae-sung put into the net. Service fault call, struck above the waist, says our service judge. So powerful. Good placement too. Of course, the Koreans hitting with the drift. Therefore, the shuttles will go down even faster. It's gone all right. Yeah, really pressurising Fu Haifeng's defence. Oh, strong spine in the racket. Yeah, could hear that immediately.
Serves over. 6-15.
Yeah, little look towards his partner as if to say, was that going short? Yeah, that's the problem with lifting from that far side of the court. Strong possibility that the lift will go long of the back line. The world champions are doing well here because they're playing themselves back into this opening game.
9-15.
Well, 5 straight points now. To Yun and Fu Haifeng. Halved the deficit. Oh, clever. Lovely, lovely disguise from Kai Yun. Oh, that's a dreadful flick serve. Wasn't even close. Yeah, back to their aggressive attacking play that they used so well at the start of this opening game. Yeah, change of pace, a lot of all hard hitting, really working and placing the shuttle so well to get the net player involved. And again, rally finished off from the front of the court by the net player.
18-11.
Very deep in their defensive stance. Indecision. Oh, that's going wide. Yeah, second indecision from Fu Haifeng. it's called good. Lee Yong-dae's not convinced by it.
13-19.
Well, it's been a very odd opening game. Runs of points. Normally when these two pairs play against each other, it's very close all the way through the game. Oh, it's delightful. Good use of the mid-court area. And 6 game points now to Jung and Lee. Oh my goodness. I think the strings have gone in Fu Haifeng's racket. Yeah, off he goes. Changed his racket. And then his partner, who had done admirably to keep in the rally, made a hash of his attempted interception, but it means that Jung Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae take the opening game 21-14. There's the return of serve, absolutely extraordinary. They knew that the strings had gone, hence the big lift. Block tries to get himself forward to the net. Off he goes. Well, the crowd just been showing this replay on the giant screen here at the Coliseum, having a little chuckle at him. So the two-time former champions, Jung Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae, having taken that opening game, 21-14. As far as the world champions are concerned, they've got to get a better start to this second game than they did the first. Yeah. Certainly from that far side of the court in doubles, where attacking play is the usual tactic. It's a definite advantage. Well, I think Kai Yun was right to try and intercept, go forward. That's really what they've got to try and do, because that's their favoured formation, him intercepting at the net. Great return of serve. Oh dear, miss it. Surprised that Lee Yong-dae just appeared content to defend in that rally. In the opening game, they weren't defending at all. The shuttle did come down at the Koreans. They were blocking it or driving it, turning their defensive play back into attack. Oh, good serve. Great flick serve. And it does appear to me as if it's Fu Haifeng. He's still struggling a little bit to find his best form. Superb. Yeah, that's what they're famous for. The power play from the back of the court from the tall left-hander. Here's the power shots. Down the centre of the court, the channel attack narrows the angle of reply, and therefore Kai Yun able to intercept. He's so fast at reading the game. That time the smash, not steep enough. And long of the back line. Still not entirely comfortable. Uncharacteristic error from Kai Yun. Well, may have been a miss hit. Had the desired effect.
Service over. 9-6.
Oh, that's clever. Yeah, so too is that. Down the centre, clash of rackets between the two Chinese players. Incredible character is Kai Yun. Underwent heart surgery back in 2001. Since then, has won 4 world titles, Olympic silver. So a 3-point advantage to the world champions mid-game interval. And the Koreans having taken the first. Jun.
20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Two Chinese coaches. So there's just 3 points in it. The gap can easily be closed. Unbelievable. Fabulous play, what a rally! And I think Kai Yun's reaction at the end of that rally told a lot. Yeah. Pumped up now, seems slightly sluggish at the start of the match, but my goodness, firing on all cylinders now.
Service over. 9-12.
It's all fast and furious. that was the sort of defensive play that we saw in the opening game from Lee Yong-dae. The block defence immediately moved forward, and that turned the momentum of the rally. Oh, goodness me, he was going to leave it. Suddenly realised about the drift in the arena, and that the drift would bring it back in at that far side of the court. So now there's just 1 point in it. Oh, yeah, it's going to land a mile in. Makes amends immediately. Just wide. Goodness me, this is good badminton now.
Serves over 13-14.
Yeah, played it on to the left-hander's forehand side and played his partner into trouble.
Serves over 15-13.
Well, the court has been mopped of the perspiration. And players taking the opportunity to towel down. String's gone in his racket.
Serves over 14-15.
Once again, the margin reduced to just 1 point. Call from Jung Jae-sung to his partner to leave it. And it was the right instruction. Well, having been 4 points adrift at 9:30, now back level 15 all. Another one goes long, and in fact the Koreans into the lead.
16-15.
First time in this second game that they've actually had their noses in front. A don't believe this. Oh my goodness! Sensational rally! Well, both the Korean players at one stage in that rally were down on the floor, diving in an effort to get the shuttle back. Absolutely brilliant. Up he gets. Then it was the turn of his partner. Still, they played on. And down he goes again. Well, incredible. Incredible badminton.
17-15.
4 straight points. The formation that they love. What will he serve? He's already served one ace with a flick. He's been called a fault in the opening game for his serve. Will he stick with a low serve? Yeah, indeed. Oh, that's brilliant. Back level once more. Another great serve. My goodness, he held his nerve. It's gone wrong. So now 4 straight points for the Chinese combination.
19-17.
And 2 points away from this second game. My goodness me, this is a big point. Unbelievable. It's gone wide. How on earth did Jung Jae-sung get that back? The dive forward in court. Look at his coach. Thought he was almost going to slide underneath the net. Partner covering so well. And Kai Yun absolutely livid with himself for missing that one at the net. It's 19 all. Incredible. 3 straight points for the Koreans, and they're on the verge of victory. They've earned themselves a match point. Yeah, it's the defence of Fu Haifeng that's a little bit vulnerable. Match point. The lift to Fu Haifeng at the back of the court. And he uses his power smash to such great effect. Match point saved, 20 all. And we will require extra points until there's a clear 2-point winning margin.
20 all.
That's clever from Lee Yong-dae. Took it early in the mid-court area. Followed forward to the nets.
21-20.
So now a second match point opportunity for the world number 2s. And a second time, it's saved. Kai Yun absolutely pouncing on that low serve.
21 all.
It's a brilliant serve. So now, having saved 2 match points, now Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng have a game point to send this to a third and deciding game. That's long.
Reserva, 22 all.
Well, the lift from Lee Yong-dae up to the forehand side once again of Fu Haifeng. A dangerous tactic. Here it comes. Left his partner exposed to the straight smash.
22.
So now, second game point opportunity for the Chinese pair. This time they convert, much to the delight of the fans here at the Hong Kong Coliseum. It is 1 game all in the men's doubles final. Saved 2 match points. They've come back from the brink, and we will be treated to a third and deciding game.
1 game all.
.43 minutes of pulsating badminton. Well, the fans here at the Coliseum, oh, the buzz of anticipation, my goodness me. I need to catch my breath again after the excitement of that second game. 2 match points for the number 2 seeds, Jung Jae-sung and Lee Yong-dae. Couldn't convert. And on their second game point opportunities, Chinese combination levelled it at 1 game all.
Serves over. 1 love.
Yeah, don't see that too often. Fu Haifeng intercepting at the net.
1-0.
Nicely done too. Extraordinary defence. I don't know how Lee Yong-dae managed to contort his body to be able to play that. Look at that. It's extraordinary. Yeah, suddenly Fu Haifeng has come alive and he's really making a difference at the front of the court.
Serves over. 3-2.
Well, this is incredible badminton. I had a couple of finals this afternoon that were a little bit flat, but my goodness me, this is more than making up for it. That's what they were doing so well in the opening game, getting the net player involved, the Koreans. Just seemed to mistime the shot there. Perhaps a little bit of fatigue, that'd be understandable. Pushed it wide. Well, a big swing of the racket. Quite often happens when you're at the net. If there's a big swing of the racket, you mistime the shot. Short, sharp movement of the racket head will suffice. Fantastic. Rapid fire exchange. Unbelievable. Oh, it's gone long. The frustration too obvious from Fu Haifeng. Yeah, it was indeed long of that back line. That's a great call by the line judge. Well, the commitment from Jung Jae-sung is absolutely total. The dive out wide to his forehand side. There it was. Gets back up. Plays the winning shot, and the Koreans are back level. 1 game all, 9 all in the decider.
9-all.
super drop shot. The disguise from Kai Yun. Leapt in the air, opened his shoulders, and then checked the shot at the last moment.
Service over. 10-9.
Great racket head control. Well,
11-9 interval, series end.
he missed that. He wasn't meaning to leave it, but it landed out. Williams thought that he may have touched the shuttle. He wouldn't mind seeing that again. I think this is the wrong angle. Well, it's all happening here. Well, the advantage with the world champions, Kai Yun and Phil Haifeng. Just 2 points in it here in this deciding game. It's gone long. Oh, I don't believe it. Extraordinary. What a rally!
Serves over. 12-10.
Well, this is just getting better and better. A change of pace from Lee on day.
11-12.
Well, the Chinese players spreading their arms out wide to indicate that the shuttle was indeed long. But I'm surprised that the umpire's not had a word with them to ask them not to try to influence the line judges. That's definitely long, wide as well. Koreans managing to work Fu Haifeng at the back of the court, not really giving him time. You see, he was off balance. All. Good return. What a time to produce a cross-court net shot like that. Perfection. Koreans into the lead. And now an error from Fu Haifeng. Well, they were 2 points adrift at the mid-game interval. Now 2 points to the good. 2-point cushion. It's a great rally, and Jung Jae-sung did remarkably well. Had to turn from his backhand defence to defend forehand. 16-13. Here's the backhand, then plays the forehand. And did very well indeed. 3-point cushion now. Well, that one of 5 straight points. Really put a different complexion on the mindset of the Koreans. Tried to be a little too clever, did Lee Yong-dae. And Kai Yun is far too quick and far too astute to be fooled by that.
15-16.
Oh, service fault called. Struck above the waist, says the service judge.
Serves over. 17-15.
I think the service judge was right too. Gone wide. Points away from the 3rd Hong Kong Open title. That's gone long. Error on the smash from Fu Haifeng. Never came over the shuttle. too flat. Went long of the back line. So now the Koreans 2 points away from regaining the title. Oh dear. The nerves getting to lead Long Day. Great serve. The perfect drop shot hits the top of the net and trickles over.
17-19.
Oh, nearly got it back. Crikey. Points the deficit. It's another brilliant serve. Yeah. Choice of shots, blocked it back to the net, and Fu Haifeng was ready and waiting. Well, we've had an hour and 8 minutes of pulsating badminton, and these two pairs are all level. Extraordinary. 5 straight points from 15-19 down. And now Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng, having saved 2 match points in the second game, they've earned themselves a match point here in the decider. Close out the match and the delight for the world champions. They regain the Hong Kong Open title that they won back in 2005 in a thrilling final. The best 2 pairs in the world in men's doubles. They've dominated the men's doubles scene this year, have these 2 pairs. And they've produced a final today to remember. Those match points saved in the second game, their confirmation of the way they came back. 14-21, 24-22, 21-19 in the decider in an hour and 10 minutes. This was the way it all finished.
呢個星期嘅下午，同我哋一齊分享咗呢個咁難忘嘅時刻。我哋晚上會進行頒獎典禮，如果
They came back from the brink of defeat. They stood on the edge of the precipice, looked over, and decided that actually they wanted more. And my goodness, how well they came back. Well, they're down courtside now.
恭喜，也谢谢你们给我们带来一场非常非常精彩的比赛。那么在05年，你们在香港拿过冠军奖杯，对颁奖台你们是久违了。
对，这个所有的观众的面孔还是很熟悉的，因为05年我们这里拿冠军的时候，也是在座的各位帮我们加油，所以在这里来谢谢他们。
谢谢所有来场给我们加油的朋友们吧，因为说今天如果没有他们的加油，可能我们最后可能顶不下来吧。谢谢你们，谢谢。
可是也是你们努力，还有你们的技术，你可以跟我们讲一下，刚才在那么困难的情况，在第2局一分一分的追上来，然后在第3局又赢了，是怎么样的一个过程呢？你们除了在技术上、球技上，还有在心理上是怎么样的？
首先这个可能离不开我们在国家队训练的一个最基本的一个手段吧，因为我们每次可能训练也会针对一些特别是针对性的训练吧，特别是关键分的训练，然后还有一些处理一些特点的训练吧。
应该说今天能赢下来，不光是技术吧，也是一种心态的较量吧。我觉得最后还是自己的意志战胜了他们吧，所以说最后能赢。对。
好了，谢谢你们。各位观众，我们的奖赛是开了，
Well, they've stopped the run because prior to today's final here in Hong Kong, the Koreans had beaten the world champions on the last 3 occasions that they'd met. Well, we've still got the prize presentation to come for the men's doubles. But of course, not only have Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng taken the men's doubles, it means that China have a clean sweep of all 5 titles. All started with the mixed doubles, a thrilling mixed doubles final. And Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei recording their first ever victory in 5 meetings over the Danes Joachim Fischer-Nielsen and Christina Pedersen. Then we had the men's singles, and Lin Dan really cruised through that against Chen Jin, his teammate. Then, of course, it was the women's singles, and Wang Xin keeping her 100% record against the European champion Tina Bound. They've played 9 times now, and Wang Xin has won all 9 of them. And then the women's doubles, well, that was a real disappointment because the top 2 pairs in the world, Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang, had taken the first game 21-12. They were 14-2 up in the second when Zhao Yunlei retired injured. But what a thrilling men's doubles we've just witnessed.
Mr. Alex Lee, Chief Operating Officer of Bank of China, Hong Kong. Mr. Hiroaki E.B. Hara of Yonex Sunrise. OSIM 副总经理葉玉燕小姐 Miss Jenny, Assistant General Manager of OSIM Hong Kong Limited. 以及香港羽毛球總會永遠名譽會長袁士傑博士 Dr. Yan Si-Kiat, Honorary Life President of Hong Kong Badminton Association.
Presentation party just being introduced to the crowd.
各位嘉賓、各位觀眾，最後一個頒獎項男子雙打 Men's Double 亞軍 Runner-up from Korea,
Well, they very much played their part in a thrilling men's doubles final. Kai Yun and Fu Haifeng, the world champions, take their 6th title of the year in their 9th final. Well, it's even more impressive than that. The Chinese pair since the All England Championships have reached 9 finals from 9 tournaments played.
These guys are really, really incredible. 多謝楊永先生，跟住我哋請中文香港仍然嘅總監李永強先生為我哋頒發文件。Mr. Alex Lee of Bank of China Hong Kong will now present the trophy.
So, their 6th title of the year, their 4th Super Series title of the year. Well, as the bouquet of flowers are presented, finals day here at the Yonex Sunrise Hong Kong Open. Well, we started with a 3-game final, and we've ended with a 3-game final. Always spectacular to watch the 2 best pairs in the world in men's doubles in action. And they produced an absolute classic match today here in Hong Kong. So the presentation's complete. And once again, I can just recap on what's happened today. 5 finals, 5 titles to China. All started with the mixed doubles and the world champions Zhang Nan and Zhao Yunlei reversing the result of the final last year when they were beaten by the Danes Joachim Fischer-Nielsen and Christina Pedersen. This year they came out on top. Then Lin Dan overcoming Chen Jin in a men's singles final, only lasting 31 minutes. Women's singles was only 30 minutes, with Wang Xin keeping a 100% record against the European champion Tina Baun. And then women's doubles, well, it all really fizzled out after Wang Xiaoli and Yu Yang had taken the opening game and were 14-2 up against the Asian Games gold medalists, their teammates Tian Qing and Zhao Yunlei. And as we've just seen, a thrilling men's doubles. Cai Yun and Fu Haifeng, the world champions, back from the brink of defeat, had to save 2 match points in the second game before they took it 24-22. And of course the decider came back from 15-19 adrift, 6 straight points to close it out, 21-19. Well, it's been a remarkable day of badminton, a thrilling match to finish it all off. And of course the Super Series tour moves on next week to the China Open, the 5th premier Super Series event of the year, and the last, the 12th Super Series event of 2011, before the Super Series finals, of course. There's confirmation of all the finals here this afternoon. And as I say, we started with a thriller, we ended with a thriller. But 5 titles going China's way. So with home advantage next week, China looking very strong indeed, as they always are in badminton. That concludes the Hong Kong Open for 2011. But as I say, we all move on to China next week. Very much hope you'll be able to join us for that. In the meantime, from all of us here in Hong Kong, especially from me, Jill Clark, hope to see you soon. Bye for now.